different Biafran communities across the diaspora, which represented different groups, different regions, different professional, different civic communities of Biafra around. Everybody gathered. They debated, they voted, and they signed collectively exactly what happened in the United States of America. So that is why the Latin Declaration carries weight. Am I being heard? Please, I need to know. I don't want to be talking to myself. Please help me share the space as you join. Am I being heard? Because can anybody still hear me? I need to be asking at interval like this because of the internet. Okay, thank you, Chima. Thank you. Thank you. So the redeclaration carries weight, not because one person stood up and said, I declare Biafra independence today, but because a constituted body of 517 representatives of Biafran people that gathered together, deliberated and collectively made that declaration that day. So when somebody, an idiot, is coming out, her mates there in the convent praying, she came out, to say, just to claim relevance, and we did not allow her to train. When that idiot came out and said, Madi Simon Ekpa said that he instructed Ngozi Rabweze to redeclare Biafra, does that correspond to what happened in the United States of America? The same template of making one person to be supreme over 80 million people. It will never happen. So she was not the one that redeclared Biafra. 517 delegates redeclared Biafra. After deliberation, they collectively redeclared Biafra on that day. You understand? So this is precisely why any individual, no matter how prominent that person is, no matter how charismatic that person is, no matter how knowledgeable that person is, no matter how large that person's social media followers may be, cannot unilaterally redeclare Biafra independence. It is not possible. No matter how you worship that your leader, no one, and I mean no one, no single individual, because a nation is not a product of one person's will. It is the express collective will of a people. Go back and read our charter. It's all about the people, the people, the people. There is no supreme leader in our charter. It's about the people, the people. There is no Ngozi Rabweze. There is no Imam Madabu. It's the people, the people, the people, repeatedly, the people. The will of a people formalized through a process that the international community can observe, document, and eventually recognize. You know, France recognized United States not because of the document, the declaration document that Jefferson personally, no. France recognized United States because of what the Continental Congress represented. And they represented an organized, constituted, collectively mandated body speaking for a people. The same standard applies to Biafra Republic government in exile. The same standard applies to Biafrans. So the Latin Finland convention that we went was that body. Biafra Republic government in exile is the institutional expression of that body's decision. And the Washington DC ratification that our Prime Minister have told you early enough, get your book a ticket down, just gather your money and wait for the announcement and pack your load. That will be the next formal step of the same collective process. So any individual or group that stands outside this process and claim to speak for Biafra independence without the mandate of a constituted body, without the documentation of a democratic process, without the legal registration that Biafra Republic government in exile has achieved, that person is not advancing the cause. That person is complicating the cause. And this is the reason why Kanu Takanu and his team, with this fraudulent Maikano and the Avid, all of them are jealous of Biafra Republic government in exile because we have put all these structures down. They don't have it in IPOB because IPOB is a group. And they have somebody who is lording things over them, who is lording rules over them. And they must accept their situation the way it is, because we cannot help them. If you are out there with any group, please stay there, but don't fight Briggy. Do your group thing, but do not fight what Biafra Republic government in exile is doing. Do not fight it. Please. So when the 13 American colonies declared the independence in 1776, do you know that they also have enemy? The same enemy that we have today. Please, who can put in the comment section who was their enemy? If you are hearing me, please put in the comment section who was American enemy. When the 13 American colonies declared independence in 1776, who was their enemy? I need to be sure that you are hearing me. Who was their enemy? Do you know who was their enemy? Can anybody hear me? Do you know who was their enemy? I can't find anything here. Okay, now 43. Thank you, Minister Love. Thank you. Britain. Thank you, Mr. Love. Whoa, come to medio. Britain was their enemy. Hold on, let me send the mic to you, man. Britain was their enemy. Britain was their enemy. That's it. When the 13 American colonies gathered, they declared independence in 1776. Their enemy emerged. Britain, the most powerful empire in the world at that time, they emerged. Today, they have crashed. Britain was the country that controlled the sea, the country that had the largest professional army, the country that had the most sophisticated diplomatic network, the country that believed with absolute certainty that these colonies had no right, they have no right to separate themselves, that their independence was illegal, and that military force will bring them back into submission. This same Britain, that they are still Biafran's enemy till today. They sent their troops, they carried out blockade, they blocked all the ports. Britain tried to starve the colonies to surrender. Those ones said no. Britain worked to prevent other major powers from recognizing the new United States. I said I'm going to use United States so that you know that what we are passing through, that the number one world that everybody is looking up to, also passed through the same thing in the hands of this Britain. But what made them to succeed is unity. Unity made them to succeed. You know, so Britain released all these toxic substances on them. Let me use that word, toxic substances. They used every tool of power that they had, both military, diplomatic, economic, to crush American independence movement. That is what Britain did. And America won. Not because America had a bigger army. It did not. Not because it had more resources. No. But because it built the right international relationships. America secured the support of France. That same France that is fighting against Biafra today. But in that time, France had to support America. And at that time, France was the Britain a great rival that time. You know, so it sustained. We've not started the space yet. I'm just giving overview. So America sustained that the political will of its people through a long, brutal conflict with Britain. America maintained the institutional legitimacy of its governing bodies, the Continental Congress, even under military pressure from Britain. And they kept building, Convention after convention, document after document, relationship after relationship, until the world had no choice but to recognize what they have built. Now, let's look at Biafra's situation in 2026. Who is the enemy of Biafra independence? Nigeria, supported by who? Britain. You see the connection now? United Kingdom has military training cooperation with Nigeria. France today have the same thing. Turkey today have the same thing. China have the same thing. European Commission have the same thing. All of them have gathered to support Nigeria for what? For quick contracts. UK has been diplomatically protective of Nigeria unity for decades, and are still doing till today. Forget about what they come out and say, oh, we need a transparency election. The same vocabulary, the same sentence, the same line of words that Mike Arnold is using, the same line of words that Avid is using, the same line of words that Alex is using, the same line of words that all of them in that team that went and gathered and deceived people that they had congressional hearing, all of them are speaking in the same vocabulary. Unity of Nigeria. The same vocabulary that all the saboteurs now that have become so confused went to National Press Club, stood there, and they are participating in a program that was organized to save Nigeria. You know? So it has been the same Britain all the time. UK supported Nigeria during the war till date as we are speaking. UK was busy supplying weapons. UK was busy giving Nigeria diplomatic cover to kill Biafrans. UK was sharing intelligence with Nigeria to kill Biafrans. British government support for a unified Nigeria was one of the primary reasons that 1967 declaration failed to achieve international recognition. Because had it been it had international recognition, we would have been ratified before this recognition. But because they pull all their weight and also pull other countries alongside with them to support Nigeria, that is the situation we find ourselves today. And Biafra Republic government in exile have come to end that rubbish. It can never repeat itself. We must be ratified. We will ratify and ratify and ratify. So Nigeria is still using that British diplomatic relationship. Nigeria is still using British military cooperation. They are British international network to manage, that international reputation Nigeria feel they can get by lobbying in the United States of America, and their lobbying has failed. Because what? Biafra Republic government in exile has built that wall and demarcated Nigeria from the United States of America. President Trump came out and said that they are engaging with the terrorists in Nigeria. But I just want the whole world to know that when Nigeria tells you that they have approved the House of, was it Senate or whatever, they have approved, they have passed the bill for each state to have state police, it is a lie. It is the same terrorists that they have given uniform. Yes, it is the same terrorists that they have given uniform to kill Biafrans. So this has been the pattern, the same pattern. The same imperial power, aligned with the same structure that was imposed in 1914, opposing the same people's right to self-determination. So America won because it found the right ally. That was France. Biafra has found its own France today because we are in the situation that America was decades ago, centuries ago. And that our France today is United States. The country that was once those 13 colonies that won against Britain. Those 13 colonies gathered together, and that is our partner today. That is our partner today. We are now partnering with them, but they cannot fight this freedom for us. We are in partnership. You have to do what you are supposed to do, bring your J and your Gemma. Now you've seen clearly that there is no other entity that is fighting for your freedom than Biafra Republic government in exile, under the leadership of Mazin Ken. No other one. They are there. My cannot came out and confuse you with Sokoto Declaration. Now he is part of the fourth generation on one agenda, unity of Nigeria. Bryce Nokoma now is the head of CLC. He has joined the team, Save Nigeria. So, Solomon Kocha is there, Save Nigeria. All of them are there, Save Nigeria. You see what is happening? So we have found our own France today, which is United States of America. The country that declared its own independence from Britain and built the world's most powerful democracy is now the country where Biafra independence advocates have legal registration with. We have congressional allies with America. And that is the reason you could see in America designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Senators have introduced the Nigerian Religious Freedom Accountability Act. A lot is happening. And US Secretary of State has been directed by Congress to engage Nigeria on the treatment of Biafrans in detention, especially Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is Biafra Republic government in exile that exposed all the atrocities in Nigeria. And these touts now are trying, finding every means possible to go there and be taking pictures. It doesn't change anything. America is not Britain. America has always understood what it means to fight for the rights of self-determination from an empire that says no to them before. And that is why Washington, D.C. is not just a good venue for Biafran advocacy, it is the correct venue. Correct, not good, correct venue. Historically, it is the correct venue. Symbolically, it is the correct venue. And strategically, it is the correct venue. There is no other better place that will be correct for us to have the next ratification. As far as America got its freedom from Britain, Biafra will get its freedom from the same system that Britain created and Nigeria is maintaining today. We will get our freedom. We will definitely get. I hope I'm still being heard, though.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mama. I will soon, when I finish, I'll soon pass the mic so that you chip in and then we start the space properly. We have not started the space yet. Welcome. I'm glad to see you. Welcome, Biafrans. I'm just laying the overview so that when we start the space, we will have, a lot to talk on, because we need to make our people understand the plans of the government and make them to put their ass in one place. I just want to clear another doubt I found in the what is it called, X. I found it on X, on some people handle. They were tweeting, and I want to just clear it here because it is confusing. We need to clear this what Congressman John James did and why the confusion around Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hurt Biafra, because it is hurting. We saw what he did on May 2nd, 22nd, 2026. He passed a resolution, HR 1321. The resolution was introduced by Congressman John James. He did it by himself after a series of meetings with the Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere. And he titled it, calling on the government of Nigeria to ensure that all legal proceedings involving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are conducted in full accordance with Nigeria's constitutional obligations and international human rights commitments. So the resolution did several significant things. Formally named Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a political figure, known for advocating on behalf of communities in Biafra territory. And then this man also referenced UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention of 2022 findings that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu detention violated human rights obligation and called for his release. Now, no need to go, we have already had space on that. I want to arrive at something because it is very, very significant what happened. An American congressman from the same Congress where Biafra Republic government in exile has been building relationship with. This American has placed Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and exposed to the whole world what Nigerian government has done to him. And this is advocacy at the highest in institutional level. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll try to use a layman's language as I understand. So this is exactly what Biafra Republic Government in Exile presence in Washington, D.C. makes possible. Now, there is a confusion, and this confusion is causing damage. At exactly the same time that this historic resolution is being passed in Washington, D.C., we saw a BDF memo. Those that were supposed to be a BDF, they came out. And then they showed internal disciplinary action. They said that they are taking instruction from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from Sokoto prison, that they are now Eastern Security Network. They made that video. You know? And our defense published a memo to that effect. Now, the resolution by John James was designed to help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That resolution makes the argument that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a political figure, not a terrorist. And it also argued for a fair trial right and call for his release immediately through legitimate international pressure. But when these guys on the ground are claiming to take orders from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in prison, engaging in behavior that our defense described as an embarrassment, and being associated with Eastern Security Network, which Nigeria government is using as the primary justification for calling IPOB a terrorist organization, they are actively undermining the argument that HRES 1321 is making. I don't know if these people don't have family members that are literate enough to call them one by one and say, what did you just end up doing? Don't they have family members to talk to them? Don't they have family members to tell them, get inside the house, make sure you don't go out again and disgrace yourself? Don't they have? This is the connection you must understand. Every action taken in Biafra's name that looks like terrorism, that looks like insubordination, that looks like disorder, gives Nigeria evidence to take to the same Congress people who are trying to help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I say, look at what they have done. Do not listen to their advocate. But you know what? We, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, we are exempted from this rubbish and madness. So people that went and read our BDF memo and started carrying out propaganda against our government, they are illiterate. They don't know what they are doing. These are the same people that said, oh, they will die with Mazi Simon Ekpa. They will rise with Mazi Simon Ekpa. But at the same time, people that Mazi Simon Ekpa built his trust around, built his hope around, has already sabotaged him, has already betrayed him by going back to the same ESN that Nigerian government has characterized as a terrorist group. They have gone back. Those that are coming out today to support this nonsense that they are doing, they were not with this government from inception. So they don't understand the pain and the struggle. When we were called, when they called Simon Ekpa spokesperson, before, from spokesperson, that was an infancy stage. We now climbed up and he became the, what was that? No, from autopilot to spokesperson. And then he was able with his team to whisk this guy's life from the hand of Chinasa Nwuru, Amadu Bubu, and Ike Gaurago, all of them. It was not a small task. And today they have gone back to that same group. That same group that was in need of their heads. Because they must understand, we are not telling them to come back. No, that is not what I'm saying here. But they must understand that they had immunity under BDF. As they have gone back to ESN, that immunity does not cover them anymore. So it is not even about them now. It is about the man in Sokoto prison. So when the BDF released the memo, it was not an attack on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Go and read it carefully. I think I have some part of it. It says Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a Biafran activist. He is not the head of the BDF. It says the BDF has a good reputation with US government and various foreign governments. The erratic behavior of these commanders is making a mockery of the Biafran cause. It cut ties with these commanders not to harm Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's the summary of that memo. We don't want embarrassment anymore. We want to protect the integrity of the only institution that has formal standing with in Washington, D.C. to advocate for his release, nothing more. So when elements within our own rank become a liability, when they compromise the credibility of our struggle and make mockery of this Biafran cause, we do not rehabilitate them. We remove them immediately, we dismiss them, and we relieve them of their duties. We don't need them because America is watching. America is watching, and the BDF memo is a statement that Brig will not allow individual recklessness to jeopardize the gains that we have built in Washington, D.C. At the exact moment, those gains are producing results like this RAS 1321. We cannot afford to lose this moment. Nobody. Go back there and read. On behalf of the Joint Chief of Staff of Biafra Defense Forces and the Biafra Liberation Army, Igwe Buteuzo, Gentle the Yahoo, Angel Makeup are immediately relieved of duty and stripped off their position. Did you get that? That they have engaged in insubordination for a very long time and have been warned repeatedly about their rugged behavior. So it was not just something that they did suddenly. They have studied them. They have given them serious warning. Series of warning. Multiple warnings. They were given opportunities to correct their behavior, but they choose not to. So the BDF had to draw the final straw. That the most recent video of Angel Makeup referring to himself as a member of Eastern Security Network and declaring that he is taking orders from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Sokoto prison is the latest of a long line transgression. Did you hear that? So they have done multiple transgressions, and the BDF group, or let me say a structure, let me put it like that, have been concealing and protecting them and giving them warnings, stop this, stop this, stop this. So this last one that they did with this video, they got fed up and said, no, enough is enough. You cannot jeopardize what we are doing. BDF is the successor paramilitary force to the Eastern Security Network. We are not associated with any entity which calls itself an Eastern Security Network. So this is about command and control. It is about discipline. It is about the chain of command that any serious military organization must have. So if you are out there because of hatred for our Prime Minister and you are supporting this nonsense and madness that these people did, I don't even know how to call you. There's no difference between you and them. Nothing. So discipline matters a lot in what we are doing. Because of the level Briggy has reached. Briggy has reached a level now that we cannot afford buffoonery. Take your buffoon to that side. Go and stay there. Practice whatever you want to. We don't want. We have officially been registered with United States of Department of Justice. We cannot accept any form of insubordination. And our Prime Minister every day in, day out, is having meeting with all these Congress persons. Where will he keep his face when they just say, Mr. Man, hold on, who are these people? Do you know them? God forbid you say, I don't know them. And he doesn't know them. Without discipline, there is no state building. Without discipline, there is no diplomacy. Without discipline, a nation is not born. You know? Go back and read that message. The BDF has a good reputation with the United States government and various foreign governments. The public behavior of these guys, it is so embarrassing. Very clear. They have made it clear. It has been made clear to the BDF by international stakeholders that the BDF needs to be run with a certain professionalism moving forward, and that this may mean letting go of those who are not up to standard. These three commanders have become a liability and fall beneath the standard of what is expected of the BDF. That's it. You know? And insubordination will not be tolerated. They made it very clear, the consequences of misbehavior. Insubordination will not be tolerated. Anyone who operates beyond the command and control of Biafra Defense Forces, which include trying to take instructions from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu during his tenure in Sokoto prison, will either be court-martialed or relieved of their position. That's it. We are not here for friendship. Exactly what they have done. Even those that were fighting it, now they say, why should these boys behave like this? So troops under Igwe Buteuzo and Gentle will be reassigned to other units. It is written in that document. Troops who decide to continue to follow Igwe Buteuzo and Gentle will be declared as persona non grata and will be stripped of their positions in BDF. And they gave the final word. The BDF henceforth cut all ties with Igwe Buteuzo, Gentle the Yahoo, and Angel Makeup, and completely dissociate with them. We thank them for their prior service. Yes, we thank them. We thank them so much, but we cannot tolerate what they are doing. You know, some people have already said, this is division. Some have also said this weakens the movement. They are wrong. This is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. This is a sign that Briggy and BDF are matured enough to make difficult decisions without looking at anybody's face. This is a sign that we are building a professional liberation movement that can be taken seriously by international community. You know, when something is cancerous to our movement, we remove it, we cut it off. We don't try to rehabilitate it. We don't negotiate with it. We don't pamper it. We put an end to it, we cut it off. And that is what BDF has done. That's it. So, I think I've laid the background. I don't know if anybody have anything to say before we start the space. Welcome, Minister Love. Welcome, Mama Betty. Professor Vetrani Komdo. So I don't know if anybody has anything to say before we now start the space. I wanted to lay the background of what we'll be talking on today. I have some answers here.
Yes, my sister. I don't know if you see me at all.
Yeah, now I can see you. Welcome.
I raised my hand. Yeah.
Oh, I can see you now. Welcome. You want to speak, or Minister Love should speak?
You can see me too.
Yes. I can see you, my minister. It is clear now. I can see. Welcome. Please go ahead if you want to say anything before we start this space. Welcome, everyone. Please share the space.
Becky is going to talk. Okay.
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
Sister Love. You are welcome. I welcome everybody and I greet everybody. I wish you all very happy weekend. And as we are here listening, it is a very fantastic feeling to be talking to each other, my people. So as usual, my greetings goes to our heroes, both those who died and those who are still alive, fighting for our freedom. In order to add to what our sister said, I just want every Biafran who genuinely wants this freedom to come for us to be free from Nigeria. If you are honest to yourself, if you are genuine, please listen to me with a clean mind and do not take it in any other way. There's voice of Onyendu that I would have played where he was talking about those who cannot do what you do. The next thing they will do is to be jealous and start fighting you to drag you down to their level. Everybody must not be the same, because even your fingers, they are not all equal. Even though they are in the same person's hand, the same person's body, they are not equal. So don't fight to drag anybody down to your level. If you are genuinely fighting for Biafra, we should be rather fighting to be united, to support ourselves, to focus. Now, last week or early this week, we saw this statement from the BDF, and they said it all. So many are still writing me, because I have a lot of people on my WhatsApp that send me messages, send me things. Some will insult me, some will praise me, some will abuse me. But my people, it doesn't really make me feel anyhow other than to fight and get Biafra. Whether you insult me, insult does not pierce through the skin. It can only make me think how I can better my life. Because when you insult me, you are teaching me something. You are telling me maybe something I forgot that I should have done, and I will do it and get it right and do it better than you. So when you insult me, it doesn't really pain me. It teaches me what to do and how to do it. Now, they have written what they wrote, I mean the BDF. Many people thought that this Buteuzo, Gentle, Angel Makeup, that they are the ones that will get Biafra for us. And I said no. They are part of those fighting for our security and defense, which will keep us alive and get Biafra. They are part of those that are fighting to get Biafra. But if you get so insubordinate that you are made persona non grata, which means you are no longer needed, either your services or your ideas or your contribution is no longer needed, your job will be taken away from you. It does not matter who you are. Biafrans, think. We want to leave Nigeria. We can never act or behave like Nigeria. No nepotism when Biafra comes. Even if you're my first child and you are not doing things right, I will tell you to stop. And if you don't stop, you will be relieved. We cannot be saying no to Nigeria from head to toe, and we are going to pick part of them. I know that we came out from Nigeria, and the Nigeria influence is still operating in many of us, not all of us. But try and endeavor your possible best. Try so hard to exorcise yourself of Nigeria effect, Nigeria influence. What is Nigeria? Nigeria is Fulanese. And who are the Fulanese? Friends and allies of UK. Onye kwu eziokwu ọma anwụ. And everything that you have heard in the overview laid down by our sister here, none is lies. Go and verify it. So I concur to everything she said. But the polish I want to put to it is that whenever the person they like or you think is working for you, like Buteuzo or Yahoo or Makeup is mentioned, people will start going gaga. What do you people really want? They are not doing well. This is it. When Onyendu worked with Chinasa Nworu, does Onyendu know that one day Chinasa Nworu will be against him? So this is it. Or do you think that if Onyendu comes out today, he would want to work with him? And the answer is no. So the BDF laid them off. Don't blame it on Mazio Genkere because BDF are directly in charge of them. And they see them. Somebody came this morning and was insulting me and Ogenkere on my WhatsApp. And I replied him. If you are not with Mazio Genkere or with Breji, you are working for Nigeria. Secondly, let us stop being sentimental and emotional. I used to be that way, but with time you have to learn. Whenever they mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Mazi Simon Ekpa, people will start going cuckoo and gaga without knowing what you are saying or understanding the underlying issues. Now, both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our first Prime Minister, Mazi Ogenkere, Mazi Simon Ekpa, both these men are detained. They have no radio, no TV where they are. Whether they have phone, I don't know. But I've been on a prison visit once. They are not allowed even phone. So how do you think that these men inside the prison know everything that is going on to Biafrans? How our people are being killed? How do you think? Do you tell me or think that these men that goes to see them, tell them the achievement of Breji under the leadership of Mazio Genkere? The answer is no. They don't tell them. They don't even tell them about the military barrack in Owerri called the Tiger Base. How many of our youths that are being killed there? Or how many of our sisters that are being raped? All they will tell him is, oh, Onyisi, everything is going well. So using his name is where I'm getting at. Using his name, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to put us on a very low mode or low-key activation of our freedom. We will not tolerate that. First of all, Biafra does not belong to anybody. It is for all of us. Enough of using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name to threaten or distract us or make us become less focused to what we're supposed to focus on. Biafrans, rise up in your reasoning, in your thinking. Rise up. Awusa batago kao. Emotion is not what we are fighting for. We cannot allow them to use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu this time around to destroy all our efforts. Breji has done so well. We put the right foot forward and we are marching towards our goal. Don't allow these nobodies wanting to be somebody using Biafra as their guide to achieve either money or fame or name or to be known. That is not what we are fighting for. We are not fighting for title or for position. We are fighting for freedom, self-defense. And how do you achieve that? Eje man deje. Whenever it comes to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, stop being emotional. Because Onyendu knows that if he no longer wants Biafra, he knows how to come out. And that's your Kenya Putana. I don't believe anything anybody will say, oh, Mazi Simon Ekpa said this, or Onyendu said that. Because their aim is to destroy Breji. When they detained Onyendu and they detained Mazi Simon Ekpa, they never knew that Biafrans are not going to march forward. As I said yesterday, I am going to repeat it now. They would have killed Onyendu because they have two options: life sentence or hanging. But they choose life sentence because they know that they can use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to their own benefit by bringing all of us down. And if we fall to that trap, my people, we are finished. All our efforts, all the years we have donated money, lost our people in addition to our donations, all of them will be a waste. And that is what Fulanis want and their foreign allies, because they don't want to leave Biafra. We are the life wire of all these countries that are aligning with Nigeria. We are their life wires. There's a helicopter I watched this afternoon. I will use it to do program on Monday. You will see where they went inside the village and landed there with helicopter. The Oyibo man covered his face and was bringing boxes, and these people were carrying it. And after that, they divided them into two, carried half, and went for another location. To tell you that these people, they are not giving up. To bring us down is their aim. So what is our own aim? So my people, I will just stop here to allow another person to talk. But let COS I've received from Mighty Dot. Thank you so much. Our brother Afam, thank you so much. Sister Lolo Nenaya, thank you. Senator Endless, I've received your receipt. Thank you so very much. John AJ, I've received your receipt. Tutors, I've received your receipt. Biafra Free Take, I've received your receipt. Thank you so much. Please, my people, we have a slot every Saturday for our fundraising. Kindly support, even if it's one AJ, please make your payment and share your receipt with me. Thank you so much. Today is our fundraising. And tomorrow, Sunday, is US North and South Town Hall meeting. Endeavor to be there as well. US North and South Town Hall meeting. And then go to our information minister handle, X handle, go and get the information that he has shared, and also download videos, download posters, and create posts, share. Thank you so much. Minister Love, you have the mic. Welcome.
Good morning, tutors. Good morning, all of you. Everybody, good morning from my end. The other thing I want us to also consider, especially those people that are still sitting on the fence. I have not even identified this fence. So to me, it's an imaginary fence. You know, our people are still feeding on their own, I don't know if it's stupidity or something very close to it. They don't even know where to get information. They prefer going on the social media, especially the content creators. I don't even need to understand what the content creators are doing. Mazi Simon Eba is in jail, as far as everybody can tell. According to them, he has an appeal. August, this is June. Then somebody come and put up a video telling you, rejoice. Mazi Simon Eba won. He is now out of prison. And then you're rejoicing. That is also part of reasoning with emotion instead of reasoning with your brain. How is that even possible? They hear something, they take off and run. No thinking, no asking, is what I'm hearing true or false? Is it even possible to be true? If somebody is in jail and they still have hearing coming, is it, why are they releasing him? Are they releasing him to cancel the appeal, or are they releasing him in preparation for the appeal? I'm saying this because I've received questions on that effect. That is what we are talking. Biafrans, if you're a true Biafran, please, for God's sake, grow up. Grow up not in years, grow up mentally. Grow up emotionally. Stop flying around. Anything that fly across the sky, you say, you know, when a woman have a baby, we say, oh. That is rejoicing that the woman had a baby. Now we have a saying, is it you, that person that is always rejoicing that a woman had a baby, whether the woman is even pregnant or not? One of these days, you're going to lose your mouth. Dear friends, if you have ear, you hear that part. Because you people have demonstrated and proved that you believe the only part of you working is your emotion. Your enemies are using it against you. That is why somebody will come out from anywhere and say, Simon Ekpa said, you follow the train. You see another bus coming, Nnamdi Kanu, you hop in. You don't even know where they're heading to. You don't know where they're coming from. When are you guys going to grow up? It is just bad. And for those of them supporting this foolishness, remember, Kwara State belongs to Yoruba. It is Yoruba territory. How did Yoruba lose it? Look at Biafra now as Kwara State. All of you that are jumping around, even those who now were that 2 days ago in DC, I don't know what the objective is. Remember, you are playing the role of Afonja. If you never learn from history, if you refuse to learn the lesson history is teaching, history is bound to repeat on your head. Keep dancing around. Please, real Biafrans, recognize those playing the role of Afonja. And now, think back. After Afonja was a willing tool, a useful idiot in the hands of the Fulanese, what was the reward of Afonja? That will be your portion. If you have chosen to play Afonja role because either they're giving you something you never had in your life, never think you will have, or your foolish impression, or your whatever is in your dumb head that make you not to see this government of the people, Biafra Republic government, in exile, under the current leadership of Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, whatever is making you blind is leading you to end like Afonja. But I can tell you one thing. Biafra is not going to be Kwara. You know why it's not going to be Kwara? It's because we are not Yorubas. We are Biafrans. Even if it's 2 people left, we are going to protect Biafra. So, if you have sense, withdraw from being 21st century Afonja in Biafra land. Because Biafra land is not going to be Kwara. It's not going to be handed over to Fulanese anytime soon. I'm not saying don't like Fulanese. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just telling you, stop wasting your energy trying to trade Biafra with them. Because you will do what you want to do. You will be like Afonja. Still, Biafra will remain. Stop doing it. And those people following Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, Mazi Simon Ekpa said, just, this one is not ancient history. Remember 100 men? Remember Sokoto Declaration? Those 2 are in line with this outing 2 days ago. They're speaking the same thing. Save Nigeria.
What will you say?
They can save their Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I personally am not struggling for Nigeria. My parents were not Nigerians. So on what grounds will I struggle for Nigeria? What doesn't belong to me? I'm a Biafran. I'm fighting for Biafra. So let them go and create their utopian new Nigeria and live in it. We are Biafrans. A good number of people on this platform now that are speaking are Biafrans. And we are saying we are not interested in the new Nigeria We never believe in the old Nigeria, so we don't know the new Nigeria. We don't know the amended Nigeria. We are Biafrans and we're looking for our Biafra freedom. Nothing short of it. So, if you believe, as I believe, let's fund our government. No matter what news is coming, whether it's painted with gold or silver or diamond, we don't know anything about that. If it's not Biafra, we don't know it. We're not going to know it. Now, everybody knew. I'm just trying to find out. If more than 3 million or 3,000 or 3 whatever people slaughtered during that genocidal war, we are Nigerians. Who slaughtered them? And for what? Biafrans, when you're listening to somebody, listen to the hidden message. Those people slaughtered were Nigerians. Can somebody go back to my channel and find out? I am interested. My relatives that were killed, who killed them under Nigeria? Who killed them as Nigerians? Not that after they are dead so many years now, they become Nigerians. Somebody need to tell me who killed them. Because to the best of my understanding, they were killed because they were defending Biafra. Somebody should tell McAnod to go back to his history book. That's something he missed. I know he's protecting his pocket. But please, stop insulting the dead. Because their spirit is still walking around. And they will take revenge on anybody. Whether you are the one that killed them or you are the one insulting them, it's the same crime that you're committing. I'm going to hang up now and wait around. They will know more Biafra.
They will, Minister Love. Thank you for that submission.
Oh, Patty, excuse me. I'm going to send you my receipt, okay?
Hey, yo. Hey. Thank you so much, man. God bless you. We appreciate that. Thank you, and may God refill it for you. Biafrans, yes, I gave the overview of today's topic, and we are about to start the space now because today is our fundraising. We have to do it snappy and switch over to our fundraising. If you have your space donation, please kindly make the payment and send me your receipts. The topic says nations are born by ratification. And Biafra is there through Brigi, Prime Minister Nkeri. I came across a video just a few minutes ago. And there's a man that is crying over there, projecting the credibility of Nigeria. Ever since this man jailed his citizen, Mazi Monepa, he disappeared from social media. And today, he has come out to say that there are 2 nations in Africa that can bring stability in Africa. And one of such nations is Nigeria. Alexander, is it Alexander Stubb? Maybe Alexander, whatever is his name, has not said anything concerning the killings and genocide that is going on in Nigeria. But he's smart enough to come out and say that 2 nations, I've forgotten the other one. I'm scrolling to see if I'll find it again, but unfortunately I can't. Maybe when I drop the mic and I say it, I will take note of it and read it for everybody to hear. He is one of those that is enjoying the genocide in Nigeria. Biafrans are slaughtered, and he's not saying because of the contract Finland has with Nigeria. Finland traded their own citizen in exchange for this contract. It's a very shameful man, shameless man. Doesn't care about the blood of Christians. The only thing he cares about is the stability of the terrorist country, Nigeria. But Nigeria is irredeemable. So, what is ratification? What is ratification? That is the topic for today's space. What is ratification? So I want us to ponder on that. Tati, I sent the co-host. I don't know what is happening again today. It's telling me now that I have 2 co-hosts when I don't have any. You see, it has started the nonsense again, but I pray that nothing will happen to this space. So let's manage it like that. I can't refresh because there is no co-host. I don't have any, but it's telling me I have to. So, from my dictionary, according to Mama Betty used to tell us from her dictionary. So, from my dictionary, please, if I make mistake, you can put it in the comment section, or if you have a different definition of ratification, please feel free when I pass the mic to give us your own version. So, from my dictionary, ratification is the formal process through which a decision, and one of such decisions we can include declaration, an agreement, and an independence is first of all confirmed, validated, and made official. Please check if you have the same meaning with me. Ratification is the formal process through which a decision, such as a declaration, an agreement, an independence is confirmed, validated, and made official. And this word comes from the Latin word ratifice, which means to make firm, to establish, to fix in place permanently. I don't know if anybody has a different meaning to that. Let me check the comment section. The meaning of ratification. Ratification. Okay, I've not seen any other meaning. If I see it, I will read it. So, imagine, let's think of it in another perspective. Imagine you and your neighbors have been sharing a piece of land for years, and sometimes peacefully, sometimes with conflict, and then one day you just say, okay, this portion of land is mine, and I'm clearing it right away. I'm building my house here. That's declaration, and that is the first step that you have made. But making it firm, getting it confirmed, getting it witnessed and documented, and legally established, that is now the ratification. So just waking up and saying, oh, I need this land back, it is my portion of land. You've just made a declaration, but legally it is not yours. You have to get it confirmed. It has to be documented. There must be a witness or witnesses. Tonti is not even showing to council. It's still showing me to invite you. You did not even come. There's no way to council. So, yes, please, I can see you. So that is ratification, because you now have it confirmed. You have witnesses that say, oh, I support it. This portion of land belongs to him. So you have ratified the land. Mama Betty, if I've made mistake, tell me, you know, you are in charge in this field. Okay. So when our people declare independence, they are making the declaration step. You know, The people are simply saying, oh, we exist as a distinct nation. We have the right to govern ourselves. So this land is ours. This territory is ours. This is Biafra territory. It belongs to us. You cannot take it from us. But ratification is what happens next, which is now the process of building that evidence, building that institutions, building that relationship and the international recognition that now transform that declaration that we Biafrans have made into an undeniable reality. You know, I don't know if I've explained it very well. You know, getting ownership with witnesses, with documents, you have now ratified it, and that is what we want to do again in Washington, D.C. Now, ratification, we have to know, is not a single event. It is a process. That was why I started with an overview. At times, it is a very lengthy one. And the countries that are most powerful and most respected in the world today went through the longest and most difficult ratification processes. And one of such countries is United States of America. So I'm going to use United States of America as an example, because some people are already confused with the day that they celebrate their independence. And if you're in the United States, Minister Love, I think Minister Snow, as he always is busy, please help me where I make mistake. United States declared their independence on July 4th, 1776, and everybody knows that date. And it is famous. It is one of the most famous dates in the history of democracy, and people are already warming up for this July 4th because it's at the corner. But there is something that people don't really know, that after the Declaration of Independence, the 13 American colonies that I talked about during the overview, these are just groups of Britain that came together. They still had to ratify their own constitution, not just declare independence, no, but formally agree among themselves on how they would govern themselves. So the Article of Confederation came in, which is the first attempt at a governing document. It was agreed in 1777, but it was not fully ratified by all the 13 states until 1781, 5 years after the declaration. Please follow me, because I want to connect it with our own case right now. Now, then the full constitution now comes into play. The document that actually made the United States a functioning government. That document, that constitution was written in 1787, which is 11 years after independence. So when you see some idiots coming out to say, we are working with our constitution now, we are a nation, those are idiots. This is United States of America that wrote their constitution 11 years after independence and had to be ratified state by state. I may not pronounce the state very well, but I jotted it down. Pardon me. Delaware ratified it first in December 1787. Rhode Island, the last holder, did not ratify until May 1790. That is 14 years after independence. Now, what about the international recognition? France recognized the United States in 1778, which was 2 years after the declaration, while the war against Britain was still being fought. France said we have to rescue United States of America. Not because everything was settled, though. No. Because France understood the political moment that time, but when it comes to Biafra situation today, they're the ones fighting against Biafra restoration. Netherlands recognized America in 1782. The Treaty of Paris, the almighty Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the war between America and Britain, was signed in 1783. Sweden and Spain recognized United States in 1783. Is it Prussia or Prussia, whatever it is, in 1785. Portugal in 1791. And Russia did not recognize United States of America until 1803, 27 years after the Declaration of Independence. I want to arrive at something. Did you hear that? 27 years. So the Continental Congress did not stop building because recognition was slow. They kept building institutions. Why am I even bringing this topic? Because I'm bringing it because some people are not saying, how many times will they ratify Biafra? How many times will they do this? Oh, the one we did in Latin Hitler was a scam, blah, blah. That is why I'm taking time, giving you the overview, and then I'm starting the space. That we are not doing anything different from what America did. Because America is our coach. So they kept on building institutions, they kept on holding conventions, they kept ratifying agreements and ratifying and ratifying. They kept building the international relations, and one by one, the world had no choice but to recognize what they have built. Now, let me give you the most recent example that is even most closer to our situation. I love using Kosovo because it is a very close, a small territory in southeastern Europe. Now, they saw their independence from Serbia, and the people of Kosovo has also suffered ethnic cleansing like Biafrans, massacre, rape, systematic prosecution like Biafrans. The international community now intervened militarily in 1999, few years backward. Kosovo Parliament declared independence on February 2008. United States of America recognized Kosovo on that same day. They did not waste it. Then UK now recognized France and the rest of them. Within days, they recognized Kosovo. Now, what happened to Serbia? Serbia recognized Kosovo. Did you follow me? Again, Kosovo got their independence from Serbia. Still, the Serbia did not recognize Kosovo. Just like we want independence from Nigeria and we've gone already, but Nigeria refused to recognize us. That is the situation that Kosovo was. So, Serbia did not recognize Kosovo. Russia did not recognize. China did not recognize. Yet, Kosovo was functioning and it is still functioning. They had a government, Kosovo, they issued their passport, they had institutions, they had 11 countries recognizing it, and the number kept increasing and growing every day. Does that sound familiar? Because they were able to achieve this. They built ratification road that I am talking about today, and what the Biafra Republic government in exile is building. They had the documentation, they had the legal structures, they had international relationship. They knew exactly how to get their independence. There's something like Supreme Leader. Did you hear me mention Supreme Leader? They had none. They worked together. There was no Supreme Leader that was controlling and imposing things on them. So the relationship with the countries that matters, and the world responded to what they had built. Now, if you look at South Sudan, they suffered the same, what is it called? Genocide as Biafrans at the hands of the Sudanese government. Christians and animist communities in the south were systematically their target, and 2 million people were killed between 1983 and 2005. And United States designated Sudan as the state sponsor of terrorism, just like what they are doing with Nigeria today. Now, international advocacy, including direct lobbying of American policymakers by South Sudanese diaspora groups, in diaspora, they had their own lobbyists and continue to lobby. Those lobbies now helped to build the pressure that eventually led to the 2005 peace agreement. And by January 2011, they conducted their referendum, and 98.8% of South Sudanese voted for independence. Who made this to be possible? They are what? They are lobbyists. They are lobbying firm. Where did they lobby? The same America. Exactly what Biafra Republic government is doing. And by July 9, they got they became an independent nation. And South Sudanese walked the ratified road just like what we want to do now. They documented the genocide just like what Brigade is doing. Building international relationship, exactly what we are doing. So, I don't know. Now, America became America. What am I saying here? How America became America. We want to see it if it is different from what Biafra Republic government is doing. The question here is this. Is July 4th American Independence Day the same day that independence was declared? And is it the same day it was celebrated? Because if it happened all on one day, why is the Biafra process taking so long? This is the question some people have been asking. Hold on, Tati. Finally. So I want to answer that question now. Because a lot of people have been, skeptical in getting this clarification. Is July 4th the American Independence Day? The same day that independence was declared? And is it the same day it was celebrated? So I want to answer that question now. Because this is one of the most important questions anybody can ask about nation building. And I came across it, that is why I want to answer it. Because that answer that I want to give and others, when they pick up their mind, will change everything about how you see Biafra Republic government in exile and what the government is doing. Now, I will answer it with some points. What happened in step one? How they built the tension in 1765 to 1774. Now, when you hear American independence, it did not begin with a declaration. It began with a feeling, a growing sense among the 13 British colonies that the arrangement they were living under. Oh my God. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, Chukwu. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you. So it started with a feeling. And this feeling came from these 13 British colonies that the arrangement they were living under was not saving them. They were marginalized. Britain kept taxing them, different form of tax. They call it the Stamp Act, they call it the Townshend Act, tax on tea, without giving the colonies any representation in the British Parliament. They were just floating. The famous phrase then was, no taxation without presentation. So it started with a feeling. So this feeling now was built over years, over decades, and the colonies did not just and declare independence. They tried to work within the system. First of all, build some alignment. They petitioned, they protested, they boycotted, they wrote letters to British Parliament. They tried every internal remedy before concluding that the system could not reform them from within. They need a breakout. They need fresh air to breathe. So after the French and Indian War, Britain had accumulated massive debt. A lot of basic. This Britain, and they decided that the American colonies should help them to pay for the wall that was fought to protect them. So Britain passed a series of taxes on these colonies, and those people said they will not pay. They will not pay. They need to have their freedom. That was where it started, and that is why I said it started with the feelings. We have been treated. We are not treating as human beings. And when we say colonists, it means that even in the parliament, they had no representative. They did not have. And the British government then said, oh, you are a British subject. We can tax you. We do not need your consent. Exactly what they are doing in Nigeria today. Seeking no consent from anyone. So this is the exact same argument Nigeria is making against Biafra today. They don't seek our consent before they do anything because they treat us as nobodies. But today, they have seen the strength of Biafrans from Biafra Republic government in exile. So America was born because people realized that the government ruling them that time did not have their consent. No representation, no voice in decision that affected their lives, no consent to the taxes being imposed on them, no protection from British military force. And you see that Biafra is in the same position today in Nigeria. We don't have any representative in the terrorist government of Nigeria. We don't have a voice in decisions that affect our lives. There is no consent to the taxes Nigeria extract from our land. There is no protection. All that they do is to bring terrorists. So Nigeria argument is the same as Britain argument. We are the government. We do not need your consent. We have the authority over you. And our response is the same as America's response that time. We are a people. We have the right to self-determination. We will no longer be ruled without our consent. You can't treat us like that anymore. And then these people now went ahead and had their first convention in 1774. You may say, why is Tutos reading history? This history is very important because it is exactly the process that we have copied from America, because America is our coach. So just bear with me a little. September 1774, just 2 years before the Declaration of Independence, the First Continental Congress met in Philadelphia. I hope I've pronounced it very well. And they had delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies. They gathered together, they debated, and they issued a Declaration of Rights and Grievances, which is a formal statement of what they wanted to change. Because they wanted to have a nation designed by them, policy made by them. So they agreed to boycott British goods, and they agreed to meet again if their demands were not met. And this is the equivalent of an early advocacy session. No declaration of independence yet, just a formal statement of grievance, and that is the first step. Now, they had their second convention, and the war started in 1775. Because Britain did not respond positively to the Declaration of Human Rights and Grievances. Instead, Britain troop now clashed with this colonial militia in 1775. So the war had begun before independence was even declared. You know? And then the Second Continental Congress met in May 1775. Remember, the first was in April, the second in May. The delegates were still divided. Many were not yet ready for full independence. And they appointed George Washington as commander of the Continental Army. Please follow me. I want to arrive at something. For you to know that it is not just waking up one morning and say we are a nation. No. So they still hope for reconciliation with Britain. They still sent petition, and they call it Olive Branch Petition to King George III in July 1775. Britain again rejected it entirely. They rejected it. King George now declared the colonies to be in a state of rebellion in August 1775. Are you following the trend? From April 1775 to May 1775 to July 1775 to August 1775. Only then, after every attempt at internal reform had been rejected by Britain, after the shooting had started, after the king himself had declared the rebels, did the movement toward formal independence accelerate? The answer is yes. Now, look at what happened in the declaration. I just want to summarize it. In July 4, 1776. Now, listen to me. On June 7, 1776, Richard of Virginia introduced what they call a resolution in the Continental Congress, stating that, listen, the colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states. Congress appointed a committee of 5, listen, to draft a formal declaration. That is where Thomas Jefferson comes in here, as I said, coming here, as I said in the overview. So he wrote this declaration document. John Adam and Benjamin Franklin edited it. And then the full committee reviewed it. The full Congress debated and amended it over several days. Did you hear one man doing everything? Did you hear any supreme leader here? The answer is no. And then on July 7, that same year, 1776, Congress voted to approve Lee resolution, which is now the actual vote for independence. Have you seen the lengthy process before you can become a nation. We are not saying Biafrans will go through this. We hope that we don't go through all this process because now this pathway has been shrinked. And I pray that it will be a lot easier for us. But I want you to know, when somebody wake up from sleep and tell you today, tomorrow, Biafra is coming, the person is lying without going through at least half of this process. So the Congress voted to approve what they call Lee resolution, and this was the actual vote for the independence. John Adams wrote to his wife that July 2nd. You know, to celebrate it as the great day of American independence. But did it happen on July 2nd? Is that the day we are celebrating? The answer is no. Because he was wrong about the date. So now on July 4th, 2 days later, Congress now formally adopted the written Declaration of Independence, and that document was printed. And it was read publicly. Then they sent it to King George III. You know, there is something we have to know here. Listen, most of the delegates did not sign the declaration on July 4th. Are you listening to me? The signing happened on August 7, 1776, nearly after 1 month. When a formal parchment copy was ready, some delegates signed even later than that. And 2 delegates never signed it at all. So the vote for independence, July 2nd, the adoption of the declaration document, July 4th, the signing, August 2nd onward. Did you see now? 3 different moments, 3 different actions, but one process. I don't know if you are getting what I'm trying to break down because I want to connect it to our own situation now. Now, on July, that July 4th now became the celebrated date, not because everything happened on that day, no, but because it was the day the document was adopted and published. The celebration came before the process was even complete. Now, even with this, the war was still going on from that 1776 to 1783. Because this is the part that people skip. After the Declaration of Independence and after July 4th, war continued for 7 more years. Britain, this dangerous, wicked Britain did not look at the declaration and say, oh, fair enough, you are independent now. They intensified the war. And this is why Madison Walepa said, after our declaration, expect a long period of battle and war with the Nigerian terrorist government. So even with America, it did not end. Britain was still firing them, even when they have declared independence. They intensified the war against the United States of America. They occupied major cities. They burned towns. There's something that Britain did not do. They even tried to capture King George or even tried to kill him. They funded loyalists inside the colonies to undermine the revolution from within. Is it not happening? When we now had Ngozi Orakwe, we had the man Madabu, all of them inside the same brig. Undermining the work of brig, and until God said, oh yeah, I'm separating you from this brig because I'm taking brig somewhere. So the Continental Army almost collapsed in winter of 1777 to 1778. Because what? Listen. Why the soldiers, the army almost collapsed? Because of what? Starvation. Because of starvation carried out by Britain. This same Britain. Britain has used starvation as a weapon of war. So this commander now, George Washington, was almost removed from being a commander. So there was a fracture there. The future of American independence looked so uncertain at that time because the soldiers were starving. They were freezing and deserted by this same Britain. That was when France now came in and rescued America.
France came in now and recognized the United States in that February 1778, while the war was still being fought and American independence was still in serious doubt militarily. France came in. France did not wait for the war to be won. France recognized the political and strategic reality that America represented a new kind of government worth supporting. So, at a long run, to cut the whole story short, the war finally ended in Virginia in October 1781. And do you know what? That was when the British general Cornwallis surrendered. He surrendered because he was defeated due to the strength of France supporting America. But even then, the formal Treaty of Paris, which legally ended the war and Britain formally recognized American independence, was not even still signed. It was signed on September 3rd, 1783. 7 years after the Declaration of Independence, Britain now formally recognized America. And now, between that 1787 to 1790, they now had their constitution after independence was declared. And the war was won, and Britain recognized America. I don't know if I'm still being heard.
Yes, go ahead. You've been there. Go ahead.
Okay. Excuse me, the Article of Confederation, which is the first governing document, had been written in 1777 and it was ratified in 1781. But they were not working well. The central government was too weak. States were fighting with each other and the economy was unstable. So when it reaches 1787, 11 years after Declaration of Independence, the Constitutional Convention now met in Philadelphia with 55 delegates from 12 states. They spent 4 months drafting the Constitution. Then, when it was drafted, the Constitution now had to be ratified by the individual states one by one. Now, there is no time to begin to mention all the states, but there is something here. The one particular state ratified it 14 years after. I don't know, Rhode Island, they ratified theirs 14 years after Declaration of Independence. 14 good years. I hope I've pronounced the state name very well. If I've not, when you pick up the mic and you are staying in America, please feel free. 14 years after the Declaration of Independence. So the United States had been operating under its constitution with George Washington as the president, not supreme leader. Not supreme leader. Before Rhode Island joined them. 14 good years. So the process of building national unity was still incomplete more than a decade after the founding document was signed. Now, why does all of this matter for Biafra? It matters a lot because you are busy watching Biafra Republic government in exile. You are busy watching the Latin Declaration, watching the Washington, D.C. Convention that has been announced, watching the congressional briefings that our government had, watching the senator meeting with our prime minister. And some of you are asking, why is this taking so long for us to have our freedom? Some might even say, we don't need to fight war, we want a peaceful separation. Why is it not done yet? Why does it need another convention? The answer is very clear, because this is how nations are built, not in a single day, not with a single document. It is built through a process, and we call that a ratification road. And that road requires funding. That road requires patience. That road requires sustained effort. That road requires multiple conventions. That road requires international relationship building. And the willingness to keep building even when the outcome is not yet settled. So the United States declared independence on July 4th, 1776. They celebrated that date as its founding moment, but the nation was not fully constituted. It was ratified by all its state members until May 29, 1790. That is 14 years after. So Biafra declared independence on May 30, 1967. It redeclared again on December 2nd, 2024. It is building its Washington presence. It is building its legal infrastructure and congressional relationship and international designations. Biafra is walking that same road with the same patience, with the same commitment, and that is why you have to fund. We need money. And when the moment comes, and based on evidence we have, that moment is closer than it has ever been. We need funding. So today, Biafra Republic government in exile is doing what the American colonists did. We are going to Washington, D.C. We are meeting with U.S. senators and congresspersons. We are building diplomatic alliance. And we are exposing the genocide being committed against our people. And that is the reason Nigeria is trying to have our prime minister sanctioned. Just as Britain tried to sanction American leaders. But it will not work. America was not silent, and Biafra cannot be silent because America is our coach. So now that you have, at least to some extent, I don't even be able to, weave all these things together to make sense. Now that you understand what ratification is, when you look at what Briggy has done in the last 2 years, does it look different to you? Does the congressional testimony, the senator meetings, the lobbying, the Latin declaration, and the convention that we are planning that has been, does it look different now that you know that it's different, that is the ratification road? Does it look different? If you feel it looks different, you can come in and pick up the mic. Because I also want you to know that Nigeria was not ratified. This is our strength. Nigeria was not ratified. Ratification union or ratified union is one where parties involved freely choose to come together. Where they held conventions and they debated over it. They voted in their own stand or whatever they want to cast as vote. They signed documents expressing their consent, giving their consent, making everything transparent for people to see. It never happened with Nigeria. A false union is one where the decision was made by external power without the consent of the people. They forcefully made us together. Britain made us together. And they now gave it a name. A journalist, the worst thing is that a journalist gave the name Biafra, Nigeria, God forbid Biafra. A journalist gave you people the name that you are answering today. So there was no ratification at all. Compared to United States before independence was declared, there were conventions, there were continental congresses here and there, first, second, third, fourth. And then they finally declared their independence with their names attached in full public view. That is ratification. A union that is based on consent. Nigeria never had that. Nigeria was never debated into existence by the people who would live in it. A journalist, Flora, hey, declared the name Nigeria on a newspaper. Flora Shaw created the name Nigeria. And everybody is bearing the name today, Nigeria, 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 Nigeria. The right to self-determination is enshrined in Article 1, Paragraph 2 of United Nations Charter. Even though United Nations itself has become a terrorist organization supporting the genocide in Nigeria, they say we have the right to determine our status. We have the right to self-determination. But today, they are looking the other side of it. A union that was never ratified,
that was imposed without consent cannot claim that self-determination has already been exercised because it was never exercised. The amalgamation of 1914 was not the exercise of self-determination by Nigerian people. It was the exercise of British administrative convenience over Nigerian people. Biafrans never ratified their relationship and membership in Nigeria. And that is precisely why the self-determination argument is legally sound for us now, and we are not backing down. We are not backing down. What happened years back can never repeat itself. Biafra Republic government in exile is working and will continue to work to deliver us from the hands of our slave masters. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So, we are not the first. Because I also read some people, I read some comments when people said, oh, because I want to answer that question now. Is Briggy doing something unique? I want to answer you right now. Is this the first time a West African country movement has pursued formal legal registered diplomatic engagement and active ratification in DC? I've read all those questions and I want to answer you now, and then I pass the mic. You know, the problem is that our people are not ready to study. According to what Minister Love said, whatever they tell you in the accountability group, you allow it to sink into your brain. There have been African independence movement that have also pursued international advocacy. Very beautiful example is the ANC of South Africa. And they maintained their offices in Lusaka and London during the apartheid era. We also have the Eritrean People Liberation Front. They also maintain their diplomatic mission in the Middle East and Europe. We have the SWAPO of Namibia. They had UN observer status from 1976. But there is something that has made it to be specifically distinctive from all these people, from all these nations. And I want to be very, very precise about it because Biafra Republic government in exile is the first Biafran independence entity ever formally registered with the United States of Department of Justice under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is FARA. No previous entity or group of Biafran independence movement, not even MASOP, not even IPOB, no CRC, not USB charger, no one has achieved formal legal standing under American law as the registered representative of a foreign independence cause. No one. So this matters a lot. And you know what FARA's registration means. That when the U.S. Department of Justice looks at who represents the Biafra independence movement in America, there is a legal answer to that. You know? There is a legal answer to that. And we have our attorneys, we have our lobbies. So in the context of West Africa specifically, as some people were asking, no other independence movement from a West African country currently operating at this level has ever reached Washington, D.C. They have not reached yet. Biafra Republic government in exile level of formal registration is very high. We have had congressional briefing access. And in the broader African context, let's look at it in a large scale. The closest parallel historically is the Eritrean independence movement, which took them 30 years from its first major convention in 1960 to formal independence in 1991. 30 years on ratification road, and they succeeded. And look at us now, 18 months, just 18 months, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Ogechukwu Nkere. And in these 18 months, our Prime Minister has achieved more than what the Eritrean movement achieved in decades. What else do you want? The speed of bringing Washington DC engagement is without precedent in the history of Africa in independence advocacy. What else do you want? And the speed matters a lot because the international environment for recognition of self-determination claims has never been more favorable to Biafra than it is right now. And we need to grab this time immediately. As they have designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, we need to speed up in everything that we are doing. Because time waits for no one. So the speed is very important. And no other African independence movement currently operating is doing this at this level in Washington, D.C. And we have a lot to gain. Voila, we have a lot to gain. Biafra stand to gain a lot from the ratification process. One of such is immediate legitimacy from this ratification. When Biafra Republic government in exile now testify before United States Congress, it is not just an advocacy anymore. It is the creation of an
and see what drink I can buy.
Cannot do to Biafrans in Washington, D.C. what they did to Martin Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya, or what they did to Martin Simon Ekpa in Finland. Because the United States is not under diplomatic pressure from Nigeria on this case. In fact, the political pressure currently runs in the opposite direction. Nigeria is a country of particular concern, and Nigeria is facing sanctions legislation. So they cannot try it. America is where Nigeria is most vulnerable. Nigeria needs American intelligence. Nigeria needs American military assistance. Nigeria needs everything that beggy, everything. They need American diplomatic cover. Nigeria needs American financial system. They need everything from Nigeria because they have always been a parasite. And Nigeria is deeply exposed to American political decision. Okay, look at our side now. Biafra Republic government in exile is operating at the exact nerve center of where those decisions are made. They need to press that nerve that will pain Nigeria deeply. They need to press it. The Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission that we've deposited our document is there. These are not, how will I even call it? Peripheral venues. No, these are the rooms where American foreign policy towards Nigeria is decided, and Brigade is at the center. America has recognized new states based on exactly these conditions. America, a Stimson doctrine, it was established in 1932 by U.S. Secretary of State Henry. So it is effectively an American policy that supports recognition of people seeking independence through legitimate, peaceful, and democratic means. And we are there. We are there. Nigerian state that Nigeria calls its territorial integrity over Biafra was imposed by Britain in 1914. And it's still maintained by their military. It's still maintained by their terrorists. I call them terrorists because they come in, they train terrorists as well. If you train a terrorist, you are a terrorist. So under the spirit of Stimson doctrine, Biafra case is not a case for non-recognition. It is the case the doctrine was designed to support, and America is doing that. Diplomatic recognition has its most common application to colonies, dependencies, or constituent administrative units that have declared their independence and proved their ability to maintain their separate existence. The provision of the United Nations Charter, even though United Nations is a terrorist organization, has covered us, that we have the right for self-determination. We, the people. So when America recognized Kosovo, on the same day it declared independence, Britain and France followed within this. When America recognized the Republic of Texas in 1837, well before Texas joined the United States, it set a precedent for America's willingness to recognize self-determination claims before they are fully settled. So we know them for this. We know them. They cannot abandon Britain. So America is not just a good venue for this convention, it is the correct venue. Mazitote, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Should we give to Veteran Dragon? Or are you free to talk?
Yeah, let's give to Veteran Dragon. I'll come after.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Professor Veteran.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for my tutors for the analysis you have presented in this space. You are amazing, and there is no two of you are kind. So we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. You have raised a lot of issues, and it is important. We really thank you for it. And you started with the issue of it is always this very Britain, the same Britain. I think that this Britain is. I think they are getting their reward now, or karma, whatever it's going to be called. Because at the time the US got their independence from them, that was when Britain was really powerful, and they had the best navy. I think they call it Royal Navy or whatever. So it was a tortuous road to independence. Like just as you just enumerated. So it's always this Britain, evil Britain, and they are still evil. The same people that oppress America are the same also today, challenging our freedom. But we're going to get through it, and just like America emerged victorious, surely and surely we will emerge victorious. Now, ratification, because anyone that is thinking of how many times will an emerging nation ratify its independence, you see. I just want to mention that an emerging nation like ours or state can assert or reaffirm independence multiple times, and there are conditions which I would like to mention, so that those who are in doubt are thinking that maybe we don't know what we are doing, we know that we know what we are doing. We know what we are doing. So you can reaffirm your independence multiple times if circumstances change. If circumstances change, such as, and these are the circumstances we want to look into, and then we look at the circumstances that affect us, that is warranting our certification of our independence. Number one is when the declaration was disputed. If your declaration is disputed, you can declare again or you can ratify again. Number two, when leadership changes, and in our case, we have had changes of leadership, which have brought a lot of rifts and divisions. So, as I'm mentioning these conditions, those who are saying we don't know what we're doing, we know what we are doing, and we are doing what we should do as an emerging nation. Another condition is when territory was occupied. You know, after the war, we were annexed back to Nigeria, and that was what led to the Lati declaration, because our territory was occupied or is occupied. So the war, after 3 years, they re-annexed our territory. So there was this need for that Lati declaration. So that's another condition. The another condition is when the previous effort failed, and you know, after the declaration and at Lati, which we expected that there would have been, which gathered a lot of momentum, we thought it would have been something that would be a kickstart, a speed movement also. But a lot of things have come in between, which every one of us are very much aware. And I think also the international community, they are very much aware that a lot of things have come up. So when you look at this, you discover that there is a need. There is a need. Based on some of these conditions I've mentioned, there is a need to ratify. You see. So another area is that even when you ratify your independence, there are other things you have to ratify. Maybe constitution, like our constitution now today is not yet ratified. We ratified our charter even when our former prime minister was still with us. We ratified our charter. You see, so it is very important that we do this ratification. And one beautiful thing about it again is the location, the venue is very cheering. It gives me joy. You know, there is a way God is dealing with us. There's a way heaven is dealing with us. Some of the things that are happening to us are not just coincident. It's heaven at work. So all these things are working for our favor, for our good. Like the Bible says, all things work together for good to them that love God and those who love Him. So we are on the right track, and it's going to be wonderful. You see, so America as a venue is going to be something that is going to be very, very historic. And the international community, all eyes, all focus will be on us. So I believe that our people should start getting ready, and it's going to be something that history will never forget. So that is it. And when you were talking about, you also mentioned about Nigeria was not ratified, and that's true, because that amalgamation that took place in 1914, it was just Lugard and his girlfriend who, just with a stroke of pen, by fiat, amalgamated people of different cultures, of different beliefs, of different lifestyle values. Just at their whims and caprices, they just said, we are together. It was not ratified by the people or the people's representatives. So, like you said, as we go to Washington, every part of Biafra will be represented, all the states and them, because it's very important when they are ratifying, all this must be put in the consideration, because people have to say yes to it. So, and we are looking forward to this. It's going to be a wonderful period for us. It's going to be very, very historic. And I thank God for Briggy, who is piloting this affairs. You can't beat Briggy. You can't beat Briggy. It's all this noise we see going about all over the place. It's a noise that will just fade away in no distant time. You can't beat Brigade. Brigade knows what he's doing, and he has a template that he's following. So that's very beautiful. Then you also talked about the dismissed BDF members. You see, it was important we dismissed them, because it would have created the same kind of situation we're having with our leader now. You see, when you build an institution around an individual, when you build an army around a certain group of people, it would have had the same issue that is causing a problem now. So the government did exactly what a government should do, and that gives us that gladdens my heart that the government did not go into dialoguing, did not go into trying to pet anybody. That is not. It's no sentiment in this. You see. So we don't build our military against any particular person or individuals. No. So it was very good that we relieve them of their duties. We thank them for their past services and sacrifices, and then we relieve them of duty. That is to show a government that is serious, a government that is disciplined, and a government that knows what it's doing. So it was important that we take that decisive step to sever them from our BDF. Very, very important. So I want to thank you again for what you are doing for us. It's marvelous, marvelous. And I know that our TV and radio will play a very significant role in making sure that we create awareness, unprecedented awareness for this coming convention, which we are going to ratify again our independence. Very, very important. And that's where funding comes in, because the government needs money. The government needs money. We need money. So Biafrans, please, let's contribute. Let's sacrificially contribute, making sure that before we not too distant time, the radio also will be will be on, because that radio will play a very significant role. Because that's the grassroots. Listen, just like when you take your phone or you take a small transistor, you set it or you on, you're listening to with small battery or whatever. So that's going to play a very, very, very important role in making sure that we mobilize and create global awareness, especially homeland and all over the place. So thank you so much. Like I said, there are now two of your kind. You are doing so much for us. We thank you so much. And I want to tell Biafrans, you see, Biafrans should not be, should not think that when you are independence fight or struggle, it's not a one-day thing. I thank God the way you were trying to let us know the journeys that you have to undertake. It's not a one-day thing. Therefore, you prepare their heart for a long process, and we are ready to go all the way. We are ready to go all the way. This issue of after a small thing, people begin to panic, people begin to jitter. It's not so. Especially when you are trying to free yourself from an Islamic jihadist terrorist country like Nigeria. It's not bread and butter. So if we want this freedom, because we have no choice, and we should be prepared for as long as it will take us. We must be prepared. We must be prepared, you see. So, Biafrans, stop jittering, stop being lily-livered or being scared. How long it will take us, we are going to get it. You see, we have set our mind, we'll cross the Rubicon, so we are on it, and the freedom we must get. So about our leader or supremacy or whatever, I think we have been dealing on this issue, and it has no place in Biafrans issue of whatever supremacy or whatever. No, nobody is supreme above the other. So Biafran, thank you so much. I can see my COS here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I see Eunice. Thank you so much. Our police, I beg you. I salute you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ben, I salute you. I want to say thank you. Matty Dot. Hey, Matty Dot, thank you. Thank you. I salute you, every one of you. Biafra Freedom. Mama Betty, thank you. Adani, Anamekene, Chima, Okura, Anamekene. Jack Obiora, thank you. Ikuku, Akenemo. Many of us are here. Everyone, I salute. Mazi Sam Sonny Agbarawa, who is not here. Wherever you are, I send my salute. Our Prime Minister, Anna Mekeneo, I doff my hat and I bow for you, for all your efforts. Last night we received your message. Thank you so much for that message. I will yield my mic here. Thank you. If there is need, I will come back.
Thank you so much, Professor Veteran Dragon. Thank you for that great submission and the extension of the topic. You did amazingly great. We are loyal, we are learning from you. Thank you for teaching us and educating us. Hey, let me go to the comment section. You know, I asked a question, and sorry, I didn't read it before passing out the mic.
Before our evening what's the name now? Our 7 o'clock fundraising. Please, before then I will send 1,500 to our COS. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate. Thank you so very much. Thank you. God bless you. So our original CEO said, ratification is the act of formally approving something that has already been decided or signed, making it official and legal.
engaging with the Biafran Republic government in exile. And they will continue to engage with the Biafran Republic government in exile until Biafra is fully restored. Go down to history. Those that have fought, they have splinter groups all over the places. Even British created splinter groups when the American movement was ongoing. But at the end of the day, the world recognized only one government, and they worked with that government until America gained their freedom. And our own will not be exceptional. And that is the path that we are following. That is the path the Biafran Republic government in exile is following as of today. Whatever we don't push as a people doesn't sell out there. And all those distractors, they understand this simple fact. Without Brigi, there is no news. Because despite the shenanigans that they have done this week, did it fly? They did not fly. On the 18th of September, 2025, the Biafran Republic government in exile took the cause of the Biafran people to Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C. They tabled the grievances of the Biafran people to the congressmen and women in Capitol Hill. It was documented. We had a great guest speaker like Dr. Michael Rubin that came up to the podium on that particular day to throw more light on the plight of the Biafran people to his colleagues. Because Dr. Michael Rubin happens to be one of the think tank in the American policy today. He's a man that influences the American policy as it stands today. Brigi don't engage street hustlers. Brigi engage people that matters. Brigi engage congressmen and women in Washington, D.C. and also in the international community. So the difference is very, very clear. And anyone running to Washington, D.C. today is doing that because Brigi have paved the way for them to do that. And there's something I want to say here before I hit my mic. IPOB has overlived its usefulness. You can agree with me, you can disagree with me, but the fact remains the fact. IPOB has overlived its usefulness. And we appreciate the good work they did by evangelizing the plight of the Biafran people. By speaking out to encourage every one of us today to come to our senses and understand that yes, freedom is important and the time has come for every one of us to fight for freedom. But as it stands today, Brigade has emerged as the only benchmark for the freedom of the Biafran people. Take it or leave it, but the fact still remains the fact. And anybody encouraging anybody to fall back to IPOB is not doing the Biafran people any good. They are trying to destroy what we have struggled to build all this while, and is a systematic process, is a well-organized, orchestrated plan to destroy what we have been able to build, because the Biafra Republic government in Nigeria have been able to destroy the Nigerian terrorist government in the international community, and the Nigerian terrorist government are now doing everything possible to destroy Brigi. That is why you hear from the other camp that our former Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, is suing Brigi. You hear from the other camp saying that everybody should return to IPOB. What has IPOB been able to achieve all these years diplomatically in the international stage? Nothing. Because they did not have the templates to give the Biafran people freedom. But Brigi have that template. And that template has been applied. And that template will continue to be, we'll continue applying that template. And that is why today everybody wants to go to Washington, D.C. because Brigi made that possible. IPOB engaged the lobby in Washington, D.C. that they were paying $80,000 a month. But that lobby they engaged was unable to push the Biafran cause to the table of congressmen and women in the international community because it is not a government. And in geopolitics, the international communities doesn't recognize organizations, they only recognize governments. And that is why when you go back to the so-called post that Kanu put out there, is not telling you, let's settle, everybody should fall back to IPOB, so we'll continue from there. Then when we are ready, we will create a government. That is a malicious act. They are trying to brainwash some of you out there because they understand what Brigi stands for. And they don't have the power to dissolve Brigi. Assuming they have the power to dissolve Brigi, they would have done that. And that is why they are pushing our Prime Minister to dissolve Brigi, so the Nigerian government will have upper hand. And that is why every one of us needs to stand up at this particular time and protect Brigi jealously. Protect this Brigi jealously because they are fighting this Brigi. They are not fighting Masigo Gechukunkere. They are not fighting Love Akobundu. They are not fighting me. They are not fighting Tutos. They are not fighting Ada Betty. They are not fighting Ben Wabo. They are not fighting the COS. They are fighting Brigi because Brigi represents the freedom that you have been clamoring for all these years. That is why Tinubu has spent over $116 million just to cripple Brigi. And now that they have failed, they now went back to use reverse psychology by using your former leaders to gaslight you. And some of you are falling. Even the people that claims to be professors that are already they claim to be in the government of Brigi before are now falling back to IPOB. How does that even make any sense to every one of us? How does that make sense to any one of you out there that is towing this path of destruction? You already have a government that is already engaging the international community, most especially Washington, D.C., and somebody is telling you to come back from the office of congressmen and women and come to no office. Where is the office of IPOB? Where is the office of IPOB? Who is leading IPOB as it stands today? Nobody. So IPOB has overlived its usefulness. And everybody needs to acknowledge this simple fact and move ahead with what Brigi have in table for every one of us. There's no need, going back and forth, fighting one another. It's unnecessary. Just because so many of you out there doesn't like Ogechukunkiri, or maybe some of you doesn't like me, or maybe it doesn't like Tutos. For that reason, the progress now. Brigi went to Washington, D.C. on the 18th of September 2025. Spoke about Biafra consistently in Capitol Hill. But the shenanigan they did the other day, it was all about Nigeria, 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 Nigeria. Until Madam Erewa stood up and challenged them. What plans do you people have for Biafra and Nnamdi Kanu? And I was like, whoa. So they don't even tell you any plans that they have. And every one of you follow them sheepishly to that place. They did not even tell you the plans. and you dress up as a mature human being. You put on your shoe, you rub your pancake, you brush your hair, you put on your tie, and you follow them without them giving you a template, giving you the blueprint of what they want to do. They now use every one of you to push their agenda of saving Nigeria, and now every one of you are so shameless of yourselves. They now use you people to go and push an agenda that yes, the Biafran people are in support, we can be able to rescue Nigeria. That is what they did. They manipulated every one of you, and they now use you to go and push an agenda. When Madam Arewa was asking that question, I want every one of us to go and look up to that video. They were all shocked. They were looking at her like this. And she was vibrating because she was, she was so disappointed. She was vibrating. That what is happening? When you people have been talking here, what is the blueprint of saving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? What is the blueprint of Biafra? Because everything you people have been saying there is all about Nigeria. Look at continents on that video. You will see that she was pissed off because what she was expecting was not what happened on that particular day in that their so-called press briefing. And so many people are shamelessly putting out there. And Arnold came up to start on the graves of our women, our children, and men that died in the Nigerian genocidal war 1967 to 1970. Describing them intentionally as Nigerians. Because everything Mike Arnold said on that day was scripted. It was written. He was reading from a book. So it's not a slip of tongue. For some of you that will come to say, maybe it's a slip of tongue. It is not a slip of tongue because he was reading from a book. He did that intentionally. But the day we won, the 18th, we went to Capitol Hill. Even our guest speaker, that is Dr. Michael Rubin, when he came up to the podium, he was talking about Biafra. He spoke about this genocide, and he mentioned Biafra. You people, I just recently posted that video out again for every one of you to go and go through what we did September 18th in Washington, and go and see what these confused and ignorant people did. All is just to destroy the wonderful work that our Prime Minister, His Excellency, have been able to achieve. But they failed woefully. They failed woefully because the agenda is different from the agenda of the Biafran people. And if every one of us can be so truthful to ourselves, we know that what happened in that press club the other day is to do what? Is to push the agenda that yes, Nigeria can be saved, but Nigeria cannot be saved. So now is the time for every one of us to fall back to the government of the Biafran people. Because with you, without you, Biafra will come. And every one of us should start getting ourselves prepared for the ratification that was compromised by the Finnish government. Petra Drango says something, the obstacles in the previous ratification after the redeclaration of the Latin Finland. Because for the Finnish government to arrest the former prime minister is already a compromise to that ratification. Because Finland was supposed to be a witness on that redeclaration. Finland was supposed to play a major role in that redeclaration and ratification of the Biafran people when it comes to the international community, when the topic will be raised. But Finland betrayed the Biafran people, got our former prime minister arrested, and imprisoned him for 6 years. That is a very big compromise. In case of some of you lunatics that are out there pushing the narrative that Biafra is now a country. Biafra is not a country. Biafra is not yet a country. We are still in the process. We are still in the process of the 3 arrows. And we must get that 3 arrows done before coming out to proclaim Biafra as a sovereign country. And the people that knows this job very well, like Amadabri and Elias and our Prime Minister, they are doing the job the way it's supposed to be done. So nobody should confuse you. Whatever information that you did not get from the Biafra Republic government in exile media or the government, don't listen to such information. Because this analysis that tutors have done here today, you cannot get it anywhere. Tutors have taken out a time to break down this Biafra ratification and also back it up with an evidence-based history of the United States of America. You cannot get, if it is not Briggy, it is not Briggy. You cannot get it anywhere. You can only get it here. Because it is only the truth that is going to give us Biafra. Even Mazin Nnamdi Kanu said it. It is only the truth that will give us Biafra, whether we like it or not. Forget all these distractors all over the places. They are there for a reason. And it is not alien to a liberation movement like this that we are fighting. It is not alien. We are not the first people to have this internal conflict. People speaking your own dialect, coming up to challenge your audacity, coming out to challenge your authenticity, coming out to challenge your legitimacy. We are not the first people. We are not the first people. And we are not taking any order, either from Finnish prison or from Sokoto prison. The Biafran Republic government in exile have a prime minister. If the Nigerian enemy state think that, yes, now is the time for them to come and dialogue with the Biafran people, they know the right government to meet. The Biafran Republic government in Nigeria have always made their stand know that they are open for dialogue, for the partition of the 2 states between Biafra and Nigeria. So if they think that, yes, now they are ready for that partition, for that dialogue, they know the right government to approach. They should stop using all these small splinter groups to be buying time. Because at the end of the day, what they fail to do today, they will still do it tomorrow. Because the Biafran people under the Biafran Republic government in exile is not yielding an inch. We are not moving an inch. It is Biafra or Biafra at the end of the day. And that is why every one of us needs to start taking what the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing seriously, and also take what our Prime Minister, Mazi Elias Gerasolis, and Amandabri, our international lawyer, very seriously. Because if Briggy goes down, every one of us goes down at the end of the day. So, but I believe that we are not going to allow Briggy to go down. So today, I want every one of us, as we are moving out from the space, we are moving to our fundraising today. We need to show the Nigerian state, we need to show other splinter group and distractor that we are mentally tough. We need to start proving it in our fundraisings, in our town hall meetings, in our support to the government. Because that is the only way we are going to defeat our enemies. So thank you very much, tutors. I would like to hit my mic here because, there's not much time. Maybe if there's other people that wants to come up to the mic, so they will have their time as well before we bring down the space and, move to our fundraising today. So thank you very much, tutors, for the time.
Thank you, our co-host today, and thank you for your service. Wow. Thank you so very much. While you were speaking, I came across a question that I really want to clarify.
before I pass the mic. I think Afan wants to speak. Afan, please just give me a few minutes. Let me answer this question because it has been raised by several groups of people who are claiming to fight for Biafra freedom. And the question I saw there was, can any other group register in America and achieve what Briggy has achieved? Well, I will try my best to answer whosoever tweeted and asked this question from his or her tweet. I don't know you. The honest answer is no. No group can replicate what Briggy has built by simply registering, because I saw one idiot that said, oh, she has gone to register her long name or her company's name with Farah. And maybe that is where the question came from. You know, there is no group that can replicate what Briggy has built by simply registering. And I think I have some few reasons why. Because when you register under Farah with the United States Department of Justice, you are not just filling in a form. You are declaring to the United States government what you are and who you represent, and what activities you are conducting, and what your relationship is to foreign principals. So the Department of Justice will review it and maintain it in a public database. Let me use that word. And it is a legal commitment that you have made, not a social media account that you just wake up from sleep. If you have data, you begin to create, or you just design a website and said, follow me, fund me, give me money, or maybe a YouTube channel. Like some people have like 10 YouTube channels, create this one, close this one, and all that. So Briggy is the only Biafran independence entity that is registered with U.S. Department of Justice. So that is not a claim. It is a public record which you can verify. You can search it. It's available to any senator in America. It's available to any congressional staffer. So just go there and check it up. Even any journalist that is acquainted with what we are doing, they have this information. And the second part is can any group register? Technically, yes, any group can register, any organization can apply, but registration alone means nothing without what Biafra Republic Government in Exile has built for so many years and has built through that registration, because Biafra Republic Government in Exile has a personal relationship with senators, having meetings here and there, and it has been sustainable over months. You know, the congressional testimony that is now in the permanent record of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, our first ever congressional briefing, unlike some people that went to a press club and came out and stood beside the park and took photos here and there. Yeah, that was not a congressional hearing, no. As they came out and tweeted, no. It wasn't, but we had conducted our own, and the evidence is there, and that was on September 18. We have built relationship with the keynote speakers like Dr. Michael Rubin, Ambassador Tibo, and that has also contributed. We have done what has contributed to the country of designating Nigeria as country of a particular concern, and we have built strong ties with Senator Ted Cruz. And it was also confirmed by Patrick Smith and Mike Pompeo and the rest of them that is not even in the public domain for everyone to see. So these are not things you achieve by registering. No. These are things you achieve through years of sustained, professional, legally grounded engagement. And that is what Biafra Republic Government in Exile has built for so many years. So any new group that registers tomorrow or today would start from 0.0, you know, and it takes, by the time you start 0.0, we've already gotten a recognition. So, you know, so, you know, when a senator now receives a call from someone, for example, claiming to represent Biafran interests, you know what, the other day our Prime Minister made reference to this, that somebody called to pay a visit to one office, and the person said, who are you?
that the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in Exile has already scheduled a meeting in that same office the next day, and they they fenced the guy, whosoever it was. So that is the impact that we've created in Washington DC, and you cannot come through the back door and claim what you are not. So when they receive phone call like this, and you said, "Oh, you are coming to speak," with any senators, the first thing they will do is to check what the Department of Justice registry says about you. If the name is not there, or if it is a new registration with no history, the credibility is immediately lowered than what Biafra Republic Government in Exile has, because Briggy has been in those offices that you want to go. They've been there, and you cannot go and say you want to register, you want to talk about the freedom of Biafra. Briggy has gone there so many times. Those senator staffs knows the name, and they are addressing our Prime Minister. As Prime Minister, they have briefed them. Our Prime Minister has briefed them with our attorney and lobbyists. So, and they already have a testimony file with them. So what are you going to, just like a woman going to be a second wife to a man, that the wife has given birth to like 10 children. What do you want to go born now, both boys and girls? You are just going there to cause confusion. So you cannot buy credibility. You cannot even download it. It's not possible. You cannot do copy and paste. You can only build it the way Biafra Republic Government in Exile has built it for so many years. And I just want to round up this, and the different splinter groups and a competitor organization are not just failing to help Biafra's cause in Washington DC. Some of them are actively making it harder, but you know what? We have conquered all of them. We have conquered all of them because we did not start today. We saw it coming and we started early because this is a government that is proactive. Yes. They feel that they can create confusion as they step into these offices, but they don't even, give them chance to speak because they know that they are confusionists. So once again and finally, the Biafra Republic Government in Exile is the only registered entity, and our Prime Minister is there to speak and defend Biafra in all ramifications. So we should guide Brigi, as Mazitoti said, jealously, because no other entity or group can do or achieve what Biafra Republic Government in Exile has achieved within 18 months. So every group that fragments that clarity and feel that they can just walk in and cause confusion, tell them that I said that they came very late and that we are 1,000 steps ahead of all of them. So I don't know if I've been able to answer that person. If you are here in Briggy's space or you listen to this space later, please just manage a little explanation I've been able to put across to you. That's clear. I've given you the clarity. Thank you so much. The man with the baritone voice, Afam, are you there?
My beloved sister, my lecturer, a teacher that wherever your parents they are alive or whatever, if God have called you, have called them, I know they will be proud of you because they brought something and made something out of it, and here you are representing that you did what you were for. You're here serving Biafran with truth and faith, and keep it up. Only Chukwukikabiam and the gods of our land will reward you. Okay.
We can't hear you. Or is it from me? Can anybody hear him?
No.
Oh. I'm not fine. We cannot hear you.
No.
Maybe you have to go down and then we bring you up again. We cannot hear you. Okay, while waiting for him, Mazi Toti, our Prime Minister made a comment during the speech a few days ago.
Oh,
that,
shit.
Okay. Are you okay, Afam? Okay, when you are free now, because we cannot hear you again. That is why I'm speaking now. You know, our Prime Minister said something, Mazitoti, and all Biafrans listening. Afam, please go down and request for the mic again. Our Prime Minister said something on June 19 when he gave the landmark address. And I just want to... Okay. You have the mic again. Let's see. Toti, can you see him from your end?
No, I can't see him from my end.
Okay, I've given him mic. Let's see. I think he's having issue with the internet. So I just want to say something about it. And our Prime Minister said that Brigi is a people's government that cannot be controlled, captured, or hijacked by any individual or special interest group. Okay, Afam, wait, let me give it to you again. I've sent the mic again. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, my sister. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Anyway, like I said, respect to all the men. James, David, Uncle Ben, Vietran, the father we have in the house. My greetings to every one of you, those that I did not even call their name. Stanley, my brother. Respect to you all. One thing I want us to understand is that most of us that are doing whatever we are doing here, that are doing positive things, it doesn't matter how little it is. Please let us never stop and keep on doing it. It doesn't matter where the noise is coming from. There is one thing I believe in. In business, you get what you negotiate, not what you merit. Our PM, our ex-Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, I believe he's a smart guy. I believe he's educated. And I believe he knows what he was doing when he contacted our Prime Minister, Oken Kerry, who is now taking the affair of Biafra and doing wonderful things. Then it was still this our PM that was in America. He was the one that even, I believe, got the lawyers and our lobbyist Elias. And everything was accepted with truth and faith. And he was doing something then. Every Biafran was praising him. Just like my sister, like you said, he has registered the Biafran government in exile. It was in the Justice Department, something judiciary or whatever in US there. So that is one thing that whenever I remember, I know that before you do anything, you have to destroy it from the foundation. And that foundation is no-go area, which he has covered. One thing I want to tell our people is this. Sometimes when people talk, we keep talking, we keep shouting, and we keep doing things we are doing, thinking that some of us here are fools. Nobody needs to tell me that all these things that is going on everywhere and there, they have been paid. Money has changed hands. I'm not worried about our ex-prime minister or our leader, Mazen Nandekano, who we love so much, who we believed in him. Because why I am not worried about them is where they are, what they taught us that we learn from them. We should be able to do things and take decisions without even involving them. It doesn't matter what we hear, they say they do this, they do that. So the only thing I'm saying is this. Please, those that are doing what they are doing, be courageous. Move on. The only thing we need is to support our government like Toti said. To support our government, to equip our government, to give them the things that we are giving them till they get to where we are supposed to be. My sister Tutor, you just gave the history of how America, the country that everybody is looking up to today, how they got their independence, everything. Are you telling me that you are the only one that knows about this? Most of these educated fools, educated criminals, those that calls themselves, you think they have something upstairs, you never know that these people are just evil criminal mindset of people that they never want anything good. The only thing they want is to be using Biafra to be making money. They never want Biafra to come. When they see that there's a breakthrough, they will do whatever they want to do to pull it back so that we don't cross the next we don't cross the next stage. This is what is happening. Are you telling me that, my sister, you are the only one who knows about the history, who knows all these things that you have explained, even those that calls themselves professors that lives in America? Are you telling me that Biafrans are not going to understand that the so-called idiot, a beast called the Canon Takano, who issues statements here and there like our prime minister just said, ask him 2 days ago or a day ago, and ask him, who are you? Are you now the IPOP speaker that you are the one issuing statements, sacking and the replacing and everything? And somebody is going to come and be looking or give attention to those things, and later you tell me you are reacting because of what you heard. Then why are you educated? Are you not ashamed of yourself that you are a disgrace to even the parents that put you onto this earth? So there are things when people do, you don't need anybody to tell you that these people, why they do what they do is not because they are stupid. It's not because they don't know what they're doing. It's because they have chosen to follow the way they are going. It's just as simple as that. The people that told you that they are the so-called DOS that went to Washington, D.C., they told you they went. People like if they came, they posted it, and they lied, and they told Biafrans, they are giving Biafrans wrong information, which these people, most of them are supposed to be hanged. Because the worst thing you could do is to lead your people astray, to give them wrong information that could destroy them. They went somewhere in a club and did something, and you came and you posted it, and you're telling Biafrans that it was what it was not. Who does that? And people are seeing these things as funny. And you are challenging a already existing one and only government that we have. Which is, you don't need any, even if you don't know. Why I keep saying that I don't care what it's going to cost me. As long as I'm alive, you see revenge. Most especially some Biafrans, because you cannot tell me, I keep saying this, if I'm a primary 5 dropout and I could be able to go into the system and research and know that this thing is like this, that is not supposed to be like that, why should I pity you that is educated, that have gone to school and you went to school and you're a graduate or whatever, you're telling me you don't know what you're doing or maybe you're ignorant. Is deceiving you or what, and you expect me to take that? Who does that? How do you tell me about these magics? How can someone come and tell me that these people do not know what they are all doing? How? So please, what I'm begging each and every one of us, that is why I said, Sister Tutor, please keep doing what you're doing. Sister Betty, keep educating our people in our Biafran satellite television, VOP. Because I know that Chukwu Okike, who is with this, he will know someday. It doesn't matter. Those ones that lacks information in homeland that are getting information that we are educating, don't worry. We are getting somewhere. It doesn't matter. When there was no mortuary with the very person, men market no say one person no come market. Those who are doing what they are doing, Chukwu Okike Abiyama, who prepared this course, will be preparing everything. Let us be going to where we're going, because all these people, they know what they are doing. Keep exposing them. How can somebody come and tell me that you don't know? For example, the one who called himself something, the former IPOP lawyer, lobbyist, who they are using to to steal money from Biafrans. And somebody is not just because of it a organization, because if you are a lobbyist, you should be able to understand and know that these people cannot go anywhere, be an organization, that they have to have a government before they could be able, before someone could be able to listen to them. But this man knows the truth, and they were using him to take money from Biafrans. Just like this stupid one from Australia that came and make noise and shout noise to get followers and be making money from social media, YouTube or whatever, because of how many followers that you have. He came and shouted, and most of us that were ignorant followed him. And today, where is he? Today, now, this Mike we are talking about, he was shouting about Benue Plateau yesterday. Before you know it, like Mr. Sussex says, our minister, he swingled himself into Biafra affair, using by Canon Takano, the same Canon Takano, because all this group, they are nobody. Then if somebody is telling me that this man called my Canon, we are making noise talking about him, ask yourself first, who is this man?
Afam. Hello.
My dear sister, yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, listen. I can, if I'm...
check your back channel now, please.
Thank you. Please, I will drop for now. Yeah. Thank you. I will drop for now. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much, brother, the man with the baritone voice. I just quickly want to correct something that is very, very important. Rigi has not ratified a constitution. Biafra Republic Government in Exile has not ratified a constitution. What the Biafra Republic Government in Exile has ratified is a self-referendum and the re-declaration that took place on the December 2nd, 2024.